Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week has started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for what is yet to come. My week is going well. Treadmill, the belt is staying nice and aligned. It It works well. I did a little tweak because it wasn't centered, and now it seems to be properly centered. But, very nice. Hello, Noon. Hello, Psych. You are pleased with your new magic system. You changed some stuff about the sentient beings. You scrubbed the lore. You had rhythm, though. Started to not like it. Well, I hope you work on some. I hope you come up with something more to your liking. But glad you like your magic system. This morning, being Tuesday, it is Read and Corrects. For those who are new to this is when I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. I record them, so while this is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said during that time will be addressed once I'm done recording. So I'm at a standing desk. Do you always work right standing? Work right, yes. My gaming desk, which is on the corner over there, has a chair. Once my work day is done, I sit down and I barely get up from that chair for the rest of the evening until it's time for bed. Yeah, it's what happened. Okay, the walking I knew was mandatory. When I retired, yep, the playing tiger is my stream channel for the gaming. When I decided to become a writer full time, I knew that if I sat in a chair all day long writing, I was going to kill myself. I have weight issues. I've had weight issues my entire time. It's pretty much genetic in my family. So I knew that I would have to exercise. I despise exercising, and I've discovered through years of trying to exercise while being a trucker that I need to put the exercise among something I enjoy doing or can do. And it was a no-brainer to walk while writing. I didn't know if I would be able to do it. I didn't know if I would enjoy doing it, but I knew I was going to try. So I bought an under-desk treadmill. And the decision I made was, when I started, I'm going to walk 20 minutes, 3 times a day. Then I'm going to stand for 20 minutes. And after that, I can sit down. I've got a stool set for this height. And I started doing that. And the first thing that happened is that the stool is not comfortable. So remaining standing became kind of the default. And I realized I kind of like it doesn't bother me. Like, I'm not going to say I love it, but it doesn't bother me to remain standing. Like, I don't feel it. So the stool is now under the desk waiting for who knows what. I won't be surprised if the day I decide to use it, it crumbles into dust. And then over the years, I extended how long I walked and how fast I walked. I think I started at 2.5 kilometers an hour. I'm now at 4.2 kilometers an hour. Am I? And I went from 20 minutes and now I do it for 50 minutes, 3 times a day, ish. If I were a long-term driver, you had months of sitting. So yeah, I had years of sitting. Like I was a trucker for 20 some years. Yes, especially when my genetics don't work in that favor. Alrighty. So I am going to start this. I've got 6 chapters to get through. Well, 7 technically. Um, so, so yeah, I'm going to get that going. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 52 of Mind Your Step. The dungeon's name is Carliac, right? She asked when the entrance came into view, and Tibbs nodded. She motioned ahead of them. Make it me a stone table, as hard as you're able. Hello, Carliac, she called towards the entrance. I'm Heather, and I need your help. Hi, they replied hesitatingly. Tibbs? I have no idea what she's planning. What she's planning. I'm planning on helping you, she said. But I need your help for that, Carliac. Can Carliac do that? Simtor asked. I thought helping runners wasn't allowed. You know the rules as I know them, Tibbs replied. I think, you know what? Yeah, I think I can go with he replied. I think this is something you'll have to decide for yourself once Heather explains her plan. My plan is simple. Get the brand off your arm so we can travel by platform. What brand? Carliac asked. It's something that the guild did to me. You won't be able to sense it. Won't it be without your aura once it's removed? Heather asked. It'll be able to sense it then, right? If you can remove it. You still haven't explained how you're going to do that. The simple way. She made a hurrying gesture. And I still need that table. We're inside your influence, Carliac. Are you okay with me making the table? That's fine. I'm curious what she has in mind. They want to know how you'll do that. He pulled stone from under the ground and shaped it into a table. Simple. I'm going to use a crystal sword. Crystal isn't hard enough, he said while setting an etching over the table to make it harder. Normal crystal isn't, she countered. But a dungeon can make whatever they want, can't they? So long as I know what it is, Carliac said, and I know what a sword is as well as crystal. Tip stared at her and she grinned. Have you worked it out? She was right. He should have thought about this. Go ahead, it's your idea. Carliac, I need the hardest crystal sword you can make, hard enough to cut through an arm. Tibbs? The dungeon said, hesitating again. Is this safe? It sounds like she wants to hurt you. There are risks, he answered, which is why we'll do a test first. If that doesn't work, that sword isn't getting close to my arm. If it does, you'll get the sword back along with my arm. Like others said, when it's not attached to me anymore, you'll be able to absorb it. I don't know, Simter said. We get everything back, Carliac countered. That's sort of like we didn't do anything. So long as no one talks about it. I won't, Rupert said. And even if someone talks, the dungeon said, there won't be any evidence. Just wondered which of the runners had used that word in a context Carliac could work out what it meant. There were a few of them with the guards, but there hadn't been the kind of trouble during his stay that required an investigation. That's true, Simtor admitted. The pedestal grew before the entrance with a short sword surrounded by light essence resting on it. The essence danced, passed, as light hit it. Heather shielded her eyes. Oh, that's bright. You wanted the hardest crystal I can make? Carliac said. This is it. Tib had seen crystal do this to light essence, not really breaking it up, but rearranging it so it changed color and increased. I don't need the it. But they'd never seen one this large. If that's as close to a diamond as it looks, it will be hard enough. How can that be so hard if jewelers cut them into small ones for jewelry? Heather asked, reaching for it. Doesn't matter how hard something is, he replied, placing his hand on the table. Skill and the right tool can break anything. She raised it. This is light. You made the edge sharp, right? He closed his hand, leaving only the little finger extended. He wasn't risking what had happened before this. It is. I didn't have to do much. Crystal essence forms sharp unless I will it otherwise. Tell me your aim is better with that than your element. She smirked. I've been swinging your sword since before I could walk. I don't care about the swinging. It's the hitting the mark I'm concerned about. She grinned. Afraid of losing more than a finger? The tip of it, and yes, you know how it came down faster than he could react. The pain had him holding his hand to his chest, reflexively taking hold of fever essence of the now shorter by a knuckle finger. I need to be careful because my co-scriptor pointed out that I made changes to how blood reacts now that Tibbs can suffuse himself. I no that now that Tibbs has denser essence, and I forgot that here, so I need to pay attention to that. She studied the blade, turning it and making the colors dance. Well, it is sharp. He glared at her. Would you have preferred I wait until you were ready and dealt with all that anticipation? When this doesn't hurt so much, he grumbled, I'll be thankful. What happens now? Carly asked. Now, Rupert answered, Tyrone regrows it. That's it? The doesn't ask, surprised. It's not that simple, Tibbs said, turning his glare on the squirrel. And we won't know if it will work. Of course it will, Rupert replied, running down his arm to his hand. Do that thing. He pushed the pain away and looked at the injury. The cut was clean as he'd ever seen. He hadn't actually lost the knuckle she'd cut just above it. He was surprised by how clean the cut was. Others, when studied close enough, were ragged skin where the blade had cut through. Part of it an actual cut, the rest, but then ripping flesh as it moved along. And he realized this was a lot like that, but he had to focus his sense much finer. He suffused himself. I'm going to specify with fever. And his essence, he was never getting used to that. It's not doing anything, he said. He'd expected it to fill the void since Rupert had said. His essence remembered how his body was. That's because you aren't moving your essence there. You said, it does, but right now it doesn't know something happened. It's not like you. It doesn't know anything, but it knows how things should be within itself. Extend it. Then show it how it should be. Like when you brought the bits of broken bones. Broken bones together and fever took over. Why did Tibbs have bits of bones? No. Why did Tibbs have broken bones? If I'm changing something, I need to keep track of that. Broken bones? Kelly asked. Heather crushed his fingers, trying to cut them with her essence. Simter, we should? No. But she can use it too? No. The rules are that it has to come up randomly during a run, and you already bent the rules to get her a reserve. So don't even suggest that. Tip smiled in spite of himself. So that was what the sword for Ether was about. He made a seat for himself, then relaxed. He stopped holding fever, and okay, this is where I need to, because his blood has thickened, and it pulled at the cut. Is now thick blood, not dripping down. I'm going to have to remember that the entire rest of the series, really. Hopefully, by the end of this book, I'll get used to that. Um, I still want to keep the specification that this is not the kind of injury that kills. Okay. He made a seat for himself, then relaxed. He stopped holding fever, and it pooled at the cut. His now thick blood not dripping down. Even if it had dripped out, eh, this wouldn't kill him. It would harden around the wound and eventually reform his skin. He'd seen he'd seen thieves who'd lost a hand and their wrist had been a mess of ugly flesh. Fever wasn't like life essence. It remained once that was gone. A body could take years to disappear completely, he'd read, and he'd seen animals tear one apart. If someone died in the wild, their fever went to feeding the animals. Some of it was changed by potentia and corruption, scholars said, but he hadn't understood the description of the process. Wasn't even sure it had been anything more than one scholar's idea of what might happen. He took hold of fever, and I don't need that anymore, so I can basically go right to and extended some of it, Ether turned. I'm not watching that. And made it harder, like the bone at the knuckle. Stay close. You don't want Carliac thinking you're leaving with the sword. I wouldn't think that. You made it rough. It made it roughly the length of his little finger had been, but the cylinder of bone didn't change. You need to give it the rest, Rupert said, as he at the look Tibbs gave him. He let fever flow over it. Another cylinder, but flesh this one. He rounded it at the end instead of trying to think if he hissed at the pain. What's wrong? Other asked. He didn't answer. Fascinated by how fever moved and changed, and the cylinders took on the shape of the bone in the finger. Even his nail formed. When the pain ebbed away, the only thing indicating something had happened to his finger was that it was the pink of freshly healed wound, and as he wondered how he might get it to match the light brown of his skin, it darkened until there was no way to tell. The curse escaped him unbidden. Didn't it work? Heather asked. He realized he'd been hoping it wouldn't, that he wouldn't have to do this. He should test it again, be certain how it worked, use his other little finger. Then, after doing it a few times, would he even be willing to do it that a third time? He stopped suffusing. It worked. He he removed his vest, then his shirt, and unlaced the bracer. I don't need his here. The bracer. Should we? Rupert ran back to his shoulder. There's only so much pain I want to deal with. Should we? What is this about? What was I going for here? I'm going to have her. I'm going to have her voice it. Voice his mind. Yeah. Should we try again? She asked. Rupert ran back to his shoulder. There's only so much pain I want to deal with. An arm is more essence than a finger, Tyrone. My reserve is pretty much bottomless and denser than the essence in my body. If there's if there isn't enough, Rupert added, there's plenty for you to get in the forest. He nodded, but he'd rather not resort to that. The idea of taking an animal's fever and making it part of himself without eating it felt wrong. He laid his arm on the table. Throw my arm in the dungeon once it's cut. I don't know what will happen to the brand's weave once Carliac absorbs my arm. I don't want it leaking again and runners carrying that with them for adventurers to pick up on. Won't the problem remain if Carliac can't absorb it? I will be able, the dungeon said confidently. And if Carliac can't, Simtor added, we can form a pit for it to fall into and no runner will touch it. I'll make sure runners are safe. He traced a line below his elbow, 3 fingers width away from where the brand ended. Cut there. I don't want to risk cutting the brand. I don't know. He screamed as much in fear as the sword unexpectedly came down than from the pain. This was nothing like his finger. The pain was blinding. This doesn't work anymore. Fuck, did it hurt? Tyrone, do something? He glared at her. She was the one who'd done this to him. Stop the blood, she ordered. Suffuse yourself before it bursts. Right, he couldn't make her pay if he died. I'm keeping that because right now he's not exactly thinking rationally. Took all of the essence. Only then realizing it wasn't pouring out. The pain decreased and he could think. Okay, actually, there's enough blood there. I need to make some changes. Because without holding it, like, it's like syrup, not solid. All right, let's try this. Right. He couldn't make her pay if he died. He took all of the essence, only then realizing it wasn't pouring out, but drooping like thick syrup. The pain decreased, and he could think. His blood was thicker now that his essence was denser. Thick enough, it didn't fall quickly. This hurts a lot more, he said through gritted teeth. He suffused himself. If you didn't like what it looked like with my finger, I don't think you want to look at this. She walked away. His severed arm was gone, but he didn't need it. All he had to do was get Fever in roughly the right shape, then it would remember how it should be. Hopefully. He extended Fever into the rough shape. Oof, that's... I'm going to remove this roughly. Fever in the right shape. He extended Fever into the rough shape of his arm and hands, bone, and made that hard. It was disconcerting how that long bone, splitting into 5 fingers, moved as it should, even without the joints at the wrist. He coated that with Fever and gave it the rough shape of his... The pain threw him off his seat. That had to be wrong. Pain this instance couldn't lead to anything good. He nearly stopped suffusing himself, but he wasn't so blinded by it not to realize that would be a mistake. Should he switch to purity? It healed without pain, but would it heal this? Purity worked with what was there. It didn't regrow limbs without the right etching. The two together? He hadn't suffused himself while channeling 2 elements. How would they interact? And in the middle of the problem wasn't when he should try something new. How often had that gone well? He had to do something before this pain overwhelmed him. He channeled purity without letting go of Fever, letting Fever go, and pale essence flowed among the flesh red of Fever. They didn't mix, they didn't alter each other. They simply coexisted, was the best word. I'm going to remove the simply since he's talking about this word specifically. They coexisted was the best word he had for it. Until purity reached the arm, fever was reforming. Tip screamed as purity undid what fever had instead of working along it. They fought wasn't the right word, but the only one he could think of. Purity pulling apart what fever placed. Past. He couldn't let it continue, but he couldn't think enough through the pain. Fever, a distant voice. Fever, Tyrone, just fever. Just fever? Did he have more? Did he have more? He pushed through the pain and sensed the pale essence in his reserve in him, doing something to his arm. He let go of it and went slackened as the pain didn't go away but was tolerable. Something small smacked his cheek and he opened an eye. Rupert glared at him. What were you doing? You don't just throw purity at something. Purity undoes. It can heal, he managed to say. Really? And where were the etchings? When I suffuse myself, it heals. And how many of those times were you missing body parts? The squirrel had him there. He raised his arm into view, and the two pink skin undulated as it tightened into his limb. He turned it, bent his fingers, and turned his hand. If he could make it the right light brown flowed along the pink from his elbow until the color matched. He took a coin from his pouch and rolled it over his knuckles effortlessly. Then, between the fingers, he flipped it to the other hand, passed it to his new hand over, and palmed it to make it disappear. I'd say this worked, Heather said, throwing the crystal sword towards the dungeon's entrance. Leaving Rocania wasn't the simple thing Tibbs expected it to be. Beyond telling Rachel they were leaving, he'd had to make sure the stronger runners could help with the audiences. He had to remind Leon that, as the soul healer, he needed to be careful both with remaining alive and when healing someone who wasn't a runner. Word of a successful healer would inevitably reach the purity clerics, and they'd come to put an end to him. Then he had to go to each team and remind them the runs were about more than surviving. They were about pushing themselves, becoming stronger so they could have their audience. Those with elements needed to use them to work out new ways to use their essence. And he reminded them yet again that they had to talk to each other, exchange ideas. More information was always better than less. It took considering doing another run for Tibbs to realize what he was actually doing. And he was surprised at his reluctance to leave Rocania. It wasn't home, that was Craggle Rock. But he'd achieved a comfort here without realizing it. Venturing forth and away didn't hold the appeal it had the last time he'd been here. He had to leave. He'd promised a Force King to Heather, and they wouldn't find that here. And after that, now that he no longer had the brand, he needed to do runs in older dungeons. He needed to become strong enough to take down the guild. Heather placed the plate before him, and she sat with hers. That's a look filled with regrets. Realization, he countered. Rupert ran down her arm and approached his plate, comically trying to look innocent. He picked at a chunk of meat. Do you remember when you said you didn't believe anyone wanted to be alone? She frowned while chewing. You said you didn't have a choice. He looked at the runners at the other tables. Turns out I wish I did. You want to stay. He shrugged and gave the chunk to Rupert. I haven't enjoyed living somewhere like here since home. You can come back. Teams discussed their next run or the previous ones or what they do for training, or they talk about things that had nothing to do with being runners. I don't know if it'll feel the same. You wonder if that was why he'd stayed away from Craggle Rock. Now that he could go anywhere, he wasn't considering going back there. He could do runs with Stowe, see which, if any of his friends were still there. He expected most would have moved away, but Krosef had the inn, and Jackal would have stayed with him. Was he afraid it would no longer feel like home? Rupert ran off, and Tibbs frowned at the carrot the squirrel had under his arm. He's a little thief, she said, chuckling, just like you. You tried too hard, Tibbs said. I shouldn't have noticed you running off like that. You didn't stop me, so I win, the squirrel replied from under the table. How about you eat on the table? It's easier to talk with you. The head poked over the edge. He took the partially eaten carrot out of his mouth. You don't get to take it back. You've earned the loot. He forced himself to eat. We're leaving Araucania. I know. Unless you missed it, I was there when you decided. Do you want to come with us? Rupert stared at him. Why wouldn't I? You have friends here. Leon, the children. You could. The squirrel went in his face, eyes locked on one of his, holding on to Tibbs's hair. I'm on your team. You don't get to leave me behind. Kaliak and Simter could what? Remind me of what I did to my helper? He dropped and returned to the carrot. I don't need that. I'm sure they don't mean. Rupert glared at him. What did you think he'd want to stay? Heather asked. I don't have a choice in leaving the friends I made. He does. And I'm not leaving my friends, the squirrel said. You two are stuck with me. She gently patted his head. We like having you around. She focused on Tibbs. If we're going to the Forest King, I think there are things we need to discuss. You don't sound so sure. I think. She hesitated. I'm just worried. I'm a nobody. Why would a king even acknowledge me? You aren't a nobody, Heather. You have an element. You have force. They will have to notice that. But you're right. There's no way to tell what will happen after that. But the worst I can envision is that they ignore you, and you're no worse off than before. And you'll have held up your hand of the bargain, she said without judgment. He thought it over. If that happens, and you feel I can still help, I'll stick around. We can both con the guild into thinking we're runners from another dungeon there for further training. I'd like to meet other dungeons, Rupert said, casually taking a long bean from Heather's plate. What did I do to deserve being robbed? Not stop me. You're too cute for your own good, she replied, then grew serious. If the Forest King agrees to help me, I'm going to be there for a long time, aren't I? You won't be a prisoner, if that's what you're afraid of. I doubt they'd do that. But they'll keep me busy, and you'll leave. So I think I need to return the stone to my father before we go. He closed his mouth on the protest. It had been his bargaining piece to keep her from betraying him far more than a way to keep it out of the guild's hand. It wasn't like one small stone mattered when they had so many others. All right. We hire a caravan to Justestian and take the smuggler's trail to where I hid it. Rupert looked up from the bean, but remained silent. How about we take the platform? I can't. His hand reflexively went to his left bracer. You aren't branded anymore. The ink was visible past the edge of his bracer, and he couldn't remember placing the etching back. I don't want to go in Torlaris, he admitted. Not interested in seeing what you caused. He clamped down on the anger. He hadn't caused that. I've seen enough just through the guards at the gate. I don't want to stay there the time it'll take to get the money to pay the attendance. You mean steal, she said unhappily. You realize you don't have to steal, right? With everything you know, you could sell your service to teach. Your services and teach. No, services as a teacher. He snorted. Teaching nobles about stuff they only want to know so they can impress other nobles? It's not just the nobles who want to learn, but they're the only ones with the quains to pay a scholar to do it. Even merchants can't waste their money like that. It goes into their trade. And the poor folks? And it's Torlaris. You think they'll let an outsider do that? If they'd even let me in, if they'd even let me in, they'd force me to pay for the privilege of doing them a service. How about this? If they don't let us in, me. You have that letter. They'll complain, but they won't want to risk the trouble it implies. I won't show it to the guard. Actually, that's plural. It's always guards is always as a group. They won't let us in, and we hire onto a caravan. They let us in, and we discuss how you'll go about getting the money for the platform. He shrugged. She could imagine what being in that city, especially now, would be like without the authority the letter gave her. And she wouldn't find out. There was no way they'd let a pair of travelers through those gates. And that concludes chapter 52 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on Royal Road, and my Patreon is about a month ahead of that. And if you're looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Darkin, microphone is on. Thank you for confirming. Congratulations on 39,262 words, Darth. Romance to read. Pure romance tends to be very trope heavy. Pure romance is more about wish fulfillment than telling a good story. In my opinion, like to me, romance works better as a subplot than anything else. Royal Road is a site where people post stories. I post a story there. Dungeon Runner gets posted there. It is lit RPG is the big thing that works there. That is popular. But there's a bit of everything. You can probably find some romance there. The thing is, like these are all serious amateurs, and some not so serious. This is a place where there's a lot of learning. Happening there. It's a good place. I mean, you have to be patient if you're going to post there, but in time, people will find your story and they will comment. Actually, no, this is here. You're interested in romance and horror to supplement your fantasy writing? Sure. Step here. So that's August 28th. Okay, so that'll be September 1st. My recommendation, Psych, is write the story you want to write. Now, my advice is given very much as a discovery writer. So my approach is very much, don't look into something until you need it. So write your story. Again, my personal advice. Write your story, and if you come across a place where you realize, oh, this would be a romantic encounter. You know, these two characters are going to develop a romantic subplot. Then that's when I would go, okay, well, now you look into what it takes to do that. I mean, me being me, I would just write it, not care about what it's supposed to be. And then once it's written, I would, see about fixing it if it needs fixing. But also, I'm very much someone who advises reach the end of your story before you focus on fixing anything in the story. It's a lot easier to fix something once a story's finished than when you don't know where the story's going. Oh, you are welcome. Right, I need to bring that here. You need to remove there. September 18th comes 21st. Alright. On to the next chapter. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes. and Ty, the tiger supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 53 of Mind Your Step. The line of carts and people moved slowly towards Trolaris's wall, but steadily. It should be moved slowly, but steadily. The line of carts and people moved slowly but steadily towards Solaris. Farmers with the early grain harvest from the sheaved stacked on the carts did so. At the top of the gate, as the top of the gate became visible, a pair of guards moved among the carts, checking their contents, and Tibbs instructed Rupert into his vest. One of them pulled a handful of berries from her cart for inspection, she proclaimed, and ate them as she continued walking. They reached him and Ether, and instead of continuing onto the carts behind them, they returned to the gate. 6 guards returned. You two, come with us. We just, Ether started. I don't care. They put their hands on the pommel of their swords. You're coming with us. If you try anything, we'll deal with you. Tib shrugged when she looked at him. He told her he didn't want to come, that what they'd seen of the guards when they'd arrived with the caravan was only the surface of how bad it would be in the city. They followed 4 guards while the other 2 continued checking carts. I don't need the here. They were pointed to a space at the side of the gate. At the side of the gate. Stay there. Someone will come deal with you. That they weren't being refused outright surprised Tibbs, until he remembered Ether's silver eyes. She hadn't proclaimed herself an adventurer, but what else could someone with an element be? No one wanted to displease an adventurer. The bard had many songs describing what happens to the idiots who did. Her puzzlement said she hadn't worked out why, and he couldn't draw attention to her eyes with the other guards constantly glancing in their direction. She'd spent too long among other with elements. No one considered her eyes unusual. A guard exited the city accompanied by an older man in a fancier armor and with the bearing of someone used to giving orders. Plural. They were motioned to Tibbs and Ether, and the old man locked eyes on Tibbs, having probably marked him as a troublemaker by his smaller stature and lean build. Sir, Ether greeted him, straightening, and the man's eyes snapped to her. He took her in, not looking impressed. Who are you, and what do you want? I'm Heather. My companion is Tyrone. We're looking to travel to Estescarest by platform. That was the closest city to Rupert's dungeon with a platform. Why didn't you take the platform at whatever city you set out from? We were traveling by caravan. They've said, seeing Ether didn't know how to answer. So long as she spoke the truth, she was fine. Anything else? We were attacked and got separated. We've been walking since. The men locked eyes on Ethers. You failed to protect your caravan? We were passengers, Tibbs said. We fought to defend ourselves and the others and chased the bandits to their camps when they ran so they couldn't threaten another caravan. And then? The man asked, distrust thick in his tone. Tibbs hesitated. We couldn't find the caravan. The man raised a thick gray eyebrow. Their camp was deep in the forest. It was near dark by the time we were done. That's a one I make often with them. So we waited until morning to set back for the caravan, only to realize we didn't know what direction they were in. We set out, and when we found a road, they weren't there. So we walked. And here we are. He looked at a guard. Any of the caravans reported being attacked when they arrived? No, Captain. The man looked at him defiantly. Where are we? Torlaris, the man replied. Where else did you think you'd be? Tibbs nodded thoughtfully. We were traveling to Hornheit. The man frowned. Never heard of it. You shrugged. And I'd never told Larissa until you said the name. It wasn't one of the cities the caravan was stopping at. Do you have proof? The man demanded. Proof of what? Heather asked, dismayed. That you did what he claims? The head of those bandits would be good. I'll even give you a silver for each one. What? She looked down at her dirty and dusty self. We don't look like we've been walking for weeks. What? Whatever respect she'd had for the man was gone. We didn't set out to get bounties. We just to get to this city so we can go home. So I can go home. She seemed surprised at the strength of her statement. The corral's a quarter of the way around. Follow the walls and you'll reach it. There's a few caravans there. They'll take you. Oh, no, she said. I haven't been walking for weeks just to spend time in a wagon. We're going to your platform. And the man got in her face, but she didn't flinch. Listen here, girl. I don't fucking care what your eyes mean or who you'll bitch to when you get there. I'm the one in charge. And she laughed. It was loud and mocking. Oh, you so don't want my dad to find out about this. You think oh, you should. Her smile turned as mocking as her laugh had been. My dad's in charge of training of a training ground for runners. Do you know who the guild puts in charge of those? I don't mean how strong in their elements they are. I mean the kind of people who can look 100, if not thousands of runners who. Okay, I need again. My co-scriptor pointed out Tibbs sees when someone lies, and that counts for exaggeration. So I need to. I mean, the kind of people who can look hundreds, if not thousands, the word glowed slightly faintly, of runners who think they're better than anyone else because they climbed the ranks until they were epsilon and get them to heal. My dad led armies before becoming a runner. Before becoming a runner, he ran what the guild considered he ran what the guild considered the worst dungeon of his time, and he survived. When he had the chance to leave, he stayed because he wants to form the kind of adventurers who don't bow under some bureaucrat with self-inflated ego just because they'll have authority over them. You give my dad a reason and he will appear on that platform with a dozen adventurers and he won't have any problem telling you what he thinks of how you're treating his daughter. Dib stared at her. In his peripheral vision, the captain flustered. He had okay. Yeah. Actually, you know what? So he knows what's this is what made my co-scriptor go. Yeah, Tibbs knows what's true. Truth in it than in that than he'd expected. But he still had trouble believing the kind of man she described as her father. The platform, the man finally said. You go directly there and you vanish, he turned. You four, make sure that's where they go. They aren't stopping for anything. Am I clear? I find out they did, and you're going to answer to me. He shoved his way through them and vanished among the people who had massed close to the gate. Tibbs urged Heather to move, and 4 guards fell into step with them while keeping the distance. Led armies? He whispered. Well, one, she whispered back. He was a soldier. There was a disagreement about how to lead, and he took charge. It was an epic battle. A story told by a father to a daughter. How badly had he exaggerated? Ah, thousands of runner to heal? It only happened once. It only happened once, and it was closer to 1,000. I didn't see the exact tally. I was there to see it, the exact tally, but I was there to see it. There was a problem with another dungeon, and for close to a year, there were way too many people for this one. They wouldn't do what they were told until my dad stepped into the ground and started yelling. They all fell in rank then. It was amazing. He didn't ask how old she'd been. Without questions to ask, he was left looking around, and he hated what he saw. The city folks were hunched over, shuffling forward. There were guards everywhere, and they had no problem removing those who were in their way. Not his fault. None of this was his fault, he repeated. He repeated to keep himself from acting, from melting a guard's armor as she shoved an old man out of her way, from melting a guard, and as he slammed a woman against a wall and touched her in ways she clearly didn't want. He hadn't caused this. The platform, a guard said, and Tibbs noticed Heather had stepped toward the woman being molested. No stopping, no doing anything else. Tibbs made fists, closed his eyes, and twisted the guard's fever. The man bent over with a cry, and the woman fled, holding onto her gripped clothing. Their escort drew their sword and looked at Heather. Tibbs didn't voice his curse. Anything he did, she'd be held responsible. They wouldn't believe her. Element didn't let her do what had happened. Adventurers could do anything, the bard sang. Of course, it meant they wouldn't be eager to act, but they could call to the guards watching, although not appearing all that interested. Not his fault, he repeated over and over as they walked through the city that reminded him more of his street than any other part. What had happened after he'd left for things to devolve this badly? A horn sounded not too far, and all the guards in the street ran in its direction. Their escort hesitated. You go to the platform and nowhere else, understood? We find out you stopped and we'll make you pay. Before either answered, the 4 ran off to help with the fight Tibbs sensed. They didn't have to worry. Tibbs wanted nothing more than to leave this place. He sensed for it and also got so many instances of guards taking advantage of someone, he pulled his sense in tight. That didn't keep him from sensing what they did when they reached a street where they hadn't run to help. They took from folks, shoved them, used them. What happened? What happened here? Heather wondered aloud. It wasn't this bad one. Tibbs ran for an alley, fighting not to throw up. Not his fault. No, this was his fault. They'd betrayed him. He'd made them pay, and then he'd left. This was on them, not him. He kept from retching, but he was panting, holding onto the wall. Tyrone? He rounded on her. I didn't do this. She raised her hands. I didn't say you did. Are you okay? How don't you know how this place is? He demanded. Didn't you return after you stole my money? Rupert ran out of his vest and onto her shoulder, hiding among her hair and chittering fearfully. This was being unfair, and he knew it. I couldn't come back, she said. I tried after I distributed the money, but the attendants wouldn't take me here. Even the letter wouldn't make them do it. She looked at him. What happened after I left? I tried to keep helping them. Helping who? The Quiet Rebellion! He snapped, but she shook her head. It was both his name for what they'd been doing. It was both his name for what she'd been doing. But she shook her head. Okay. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, what was I going for here? All right, it had been his name for what they're doing. And she clearly hadn't been paying attention to that, only trying to catch him. You noticed how bad things were, didn't you? How oppressive the city was? Yes, but nothing like this. Not his fault. People were trying to change things, quietly protesting and trying to get the city to see what they were doing was wrong. She nodded. The Quiet Rebellion. When I found out about them, I decided to help. A lot of my theft went to them so they could pay for the people who stopped working as a form of pressure on the city, so they could get food to those the city was taking it from. It didn't seem that bad. He glared. Were you even looking? Or were you too busy looking for that monster you were going to bring to justice? She didn't look away. What is he talking about? Rupert whispered. When you took my coins, Tip said, you left me with nothing to help them with. I should have left then. I should have. He tried to catch his breath. I shouldn't have gone back and told them I didn't have any money left, that I'd need time to get more. He fought to keep his anger under control. After everything I did to help, those ingrates decided the best way to get money out of me was to hand me over to the guards. He laughed bitterly. Like that was going to end well. You got angry. Biz, do you have no idea how pissed I got? I'd handed them a king's fortune over the months I'd helped, and the one time I said I couldn't do it, they turned on me. You lost control. I didn't do this. But you did something. He looked away. What are you going to do? He stared at her. Get to that platform and get the fuck away from here. That's always your answer, isn't it? To run away. What the fuck do you want me to do, Heather? Take over this fucking place? No, but you have to do something. You have to make up. This isn't on me. Nothing I did caused things to get worse. I tried to help. You got angry, Tyrone. You lost control. That means you did something. You unleashed an element. Closed his eyes at the memory of the heat, of how good it felt to hear them scream. He turned and threw up. Rupert was on his shoulder, hugging his neck. He'll be okay. He wiped his mouth and straightened. I'm not getting involved. You can't just walk away from this, Tyrone. You don't want me to get involved, Heather. To do anything here, I'm going to have to break your precious rules. Then fucking do that. I'm not an idiot, Tyrone. I can see that whatever laws they have here aren't for the good of the people. He snorted. Isn't that fucking convenient? You decide the rules are wrong and you're okay with them being broken. But when I decide a city's doing wrong, when I decide someone needs to be punished, I'm a criminal. I'm someone you have to hunt down and bring to justice. She looked away. I'm sorry, she said, looking at him again. I didn't realize it was this bad. You weren't looking. He made fist and forced himself to breathe. Heather, It's always this bad in part of a city. Not just the street, but other parts. And those causing it keep getting away with it because people like you just don't look. I'm looking now. We have to do something. Do what? This isn't something I can help with, Heather. This is the kind of thing that needs a king to show up. Then make one up. Create a character that'll humiliate this city, that will make fools of the guards. It's not going to work. How do you know? Because I'm just one person, Heather, and I'm not some hero the bards sing about. Her lips quirked and he glared, suddenly daring her to bring up anything the bards sang about him. She got it under control. There are others fighting. Or do you think those guards were dealing with a couple of thieves? A dozen people, at least. They were too far for me to tell more precisely than that. That means there are people resisting. If they can be inspired. How about this? We stick around long enough for you to figure out if there's anything we can do to help. If you can tell me and be honest about it, that we can't, then we go to the platform and never look back on this city. He didn't want to. He didn't have to. He didn't cause this. All right, but maybe he could help. And that concludes chapter 53 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Royal Road and on my Patreon. We are about a month ahead of that. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. This 31st becomes a second. Alrighty. And on to another chapter. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 54 of Mind Your Step. Finding them a place to stay only needed them to move deeper into the city, and for Heather to keep her eyes down, and for Tibbs to steal clothing for her to wear over her armor. His woman, he said she was when he paid the old woman for the room. She'd be quiet, he promised. They were from the other side of the city, looking for better prospects. The old woman had nothing good to say about this part, but she took their coppers and led him to a room at the back in the back with a bed, a chest, a table, and a chair. Heather didn't like that she'd have to stay in the room. Oh, wait a minute, they're on the ground floor. I have to fix something in the other chapter. Heather didn't like that she'd have to stay in the room, but her eyes were too distinctive. The guards would check with the platform to confirm they had left the city, and once they found out they hadn't, there would be a search. He could cover up all her distinctive features except her eyes, and the guards knew to look at those. At night, if she could learn to move about without making noise, he might be able to take her, but otherwise she'd have to stay in the room. Why not use fever to change my eyes? Tibbs stared. I can't do that. It's fever. I'm sure it's just about moving what's that about, and Heather, moving fever about is what injuries do. They cut it open, mash it, break it. Okay, then you heal them if you mess it up. It's not that simple. Rupert, how about you? Do you think it's that simple? You aren't one of my creatures, so I don't know. You told Tyrone how to grow his arm, but that was because he felt like me. I know how to do something like that to me, and I can do it to my creatures, but I couldn't affect people like that. So I don't know how he'd do it to you. How? So I don't know how he'd do it. We can test it and see what happens, she said. You're willing to risk blindness? Tibbs asked. You can heal it. I don't know. I've never done that. And unlike Leon, I don't have a sense of how to do it. I've always stayed away from healing head wounds because the essence there's too fragile isn't the right word, but like that. She let herself fall back on the bed. Being stuck in here is going to suck. Just use the time to train. She glared at him and the unlit candlestick on the table stuck him in the side of the head. With a chuckle, he placed it back. Just rest. You've earned it. I'm going to check the area and try to get a sense of how bad things are and who and where the resistance is happening. With a stolen set of clothing and hunched shoulders, Tibbs became one of the downtrodden city folks. The guards ignored him, other than to shove him out of their way like they did anyone else. Not acting when one of them took from a merchant or forced themselves on someone was difficult, and he reminded himself that he that he would help them even if he couldn't do it now. This was a heist, he told himself, so he couldn't act on the opportunity now, or he could cause the whole thing to fail. Finding out who the guards fought with proved difficult, in part because by the time he reached a fight, he sensed it was over, and because telling the guards from the gangs wasn't as easy as it was in other cities, and those turned out to be the ones doing the fighting. But, as far as he could tell, not in a way to fight the city, but to protect their turf. Still, they were willing to fight, so maybe they could be organized. The quiet rebellion's hideout hadn't been rebuilt, neither had the surrounding destruction he'd caused. A perfect circle of houses reduced to ash, along with those who had been in them. He threw up. Reminding himself it wasn't his fault didn't help. Heather's voice kept whispering that it had been his fire, his anger, that caused it. He hadn't wanted to get angry, he told the voice. And yet, it replied, he'd helped. He'd make it right, somehow. It was the only thing that settled his stomach, that let him continue to study the city. It's not good, he told Heather, laying the pages on the room's floor into the rough outline of the city. Tell me it's good enough I can get out of this prison, she complained from the bed. I can't spend another week like this. They're still searching for the red-headed, silver-eyed adventurer, looking at everyone's eyes, that they fit your description or not. Until they have someone else to focus on, you can't venture out. And even then, it'll have to be at night, and you can't wear your armor. It's too distinctive. They have guards at the platform, and the rare person allowed on it is checked. I didn't see anyone arrive while I was there. She forced herself to sit. What's that? The city. Those are where the gangs fighting the guards to protect their turf are. That's the noble. That's a noble's quarter. Things are good enough there. They probably don't realize what's going on in the rest of the city. I doubt that's true. He shrugged. They're nobles. It's not like they care. What's the plan? He sat against the wall looking at the map. I don't know. You must have ideas. I'm a thief, Heather, not some revolutionary. This can't be fixed by stealing something. She chuckled. Well, you have to steal their authority. Tell me where they store it and I'll make it happen. It's their guards. That's the city's fist. Then they're more thugs than guard. If I steal their pay, they'll take it out on the people, not the city. Can you get the gangs to work together? He snorted. All they're interested in is protecting what's theirs. The city is theirs. No, the city belongs to those who have money. That's the nobles. Whoever runs things is among them. So there's nothing you can do. He didn't answer. He didn't want to answer. He hated the answer he had at the moment, that he couldn't see a way to help anyone. If you can't, Tyrone, it's, I want to help. I have to help. This entire city's turning into a street and I hate that. Okay? How would you fix a street? He started. You don't fix a street. It's just there. It can't be stopped. I tried to keep a street from happening in my town, but it still happened. A city needs a place to put those it doesn't want. No place, no place needs that, Tyrone. Then how come every city has a street, Heather? It's not one of those. If if it's not if it's not one of those that's need if it's not one of those that's needed, how come it's always there? Those things that's needed, how come it's always there? I don't know. I can't fix the street. The only thing you can do is shove it in the furthest corner of your city and do what you can to forget it's there and leave everyone in it to fend for themselves. Could you do that? His laugh was bitter. I'm one thief, Heather. I can't push back an entire city. So you can't help. He kicked the papers. I don't accept that. Abyss, no one deserves this. Not the people who get shoved in the street. Not, and certainly not the city folks who did nothing to deserve being treated that way. Treated this way. What can you do then? He looked at the mess of pages. I can scare them. Create one of your characters? Not one of them. I made them to distract, to give the guards someone to search for while I did what I'm. Oh, okay. He's talking. Okay. I do what I'm there to do. This one is going to have to be darker. A creature the guards learn to fear. Oh, I can give you ideas, Rupert said. I made this one all dark and slick, mostly darkness essence, so it could get through the smallest opening. Tibbs chuckled. It still has to be me. I can't turn myself into an actual creature. I think you could. He shrugged. But I can make them think something from a dungeon has found its way into the city. Won't that scare the city folks just as much? She had a point. How could he do this? One of the page has a few blocks circled. One of the gang's turfs. They didn't care about the city. All they cared about was what was theirs. But could he make them care? If the creature of the night, the thing that scared everyone, went to, to one of them, offered them a deal, could they refuse? And if they did, could Tibbs do what he'd have to? They were thugs, no better than the guards. But right now, they were as much victims as the rest of the city. It's not going to be nice, he said, putting together the character he'd have to be. It's going to have to hurt people, people who might not deserve it. You can't hurt the city folks. I'll have to, you, Tyrone. It'll have to, you, Tyrone. Don't hide behind whatever character you'll create. It's you doing it. Just like when you get angry, it's you that causes the destruction. I'll pick those who deserve it more than others. Even in this, there will be those who take advantage. I don't need the rest. If I want a chance of making it something that will push back, I have to pull from the worst of the bard's song. Won't that bring adventurers? You hadn't thought about that. In this case, it might not be a bad thing, but I'm not counting on them. He chuckled. Never count on adventurers. I'll have to steal other. Not right now, but if this works, those I'll choose will have to be able to support those going to them for protection. And that means coins. From the nobles? She asked unhappily. They aren't going to help willingly. They have to be doing something, Tyrone. I can't believe they just sitting there and letting this happen. He shrugged. If I can't see it, then they aren't doing enough. He looked at her. You need to be okay with this, Heather. I can't do this. I can't attempt to help them and have to stop because you aren't happy with what I have to do. What if it still fails? He swallowed. Could things become worse than they were? He knew they could. That was one thing his childhood had taught him. Things could always get worse. I won't fail. Not this time. She looked at the shuttered window. And whatever you do is going to be better when it's done. That's my hope. Okay? Do what you have to. And that concludes chapter 54 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Royal Road, and on my Patreon, we are about a month ahead of that. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And we'll be right back. And of course, I forgot this. Alrighty. On to another chapter. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. Starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 8 of The Hunter's Creed. Jeremy grabbed his toolkit before leaving engineering at the end of the shift and, instead of wandering the ship before heading home, headed for someone's apartment. Growl slept during the second shift, so Jeremy had gotten into a habit of going home for a few hours at its start to give his heart time. Okay. Delaying. Delaying going home for a few hours. For a few hours to give his heart time with their cubs, their mate, and to then sleep. He didn't want the confrontation he knew would happen if they were both awake at the same time. Neither Tom nor the cubs needed that. So he'd walked around the ship, stop at a shop and get the ingredients for their meal, spend time in an alley if he met a male who appealed to him. But today, he'd realized it had been a while since he'd hung out with one of his friends. Most of them, actually, but he didn't feel like arranging a game for them. Like arranging a game. After so many of them used to plan the hunt and what Growl had done once he'd found out about it, getting together to play had lost its appeal. Another casualty of his mate's overreaction. He tapped the announce button, either massaged Scar to make sure he'd be there. The door opened. Jer! The door opened. Jer! The naked male had him into a tight hug. Come on! How have you been? Good. Just the usual maintenance through the ship. It hasn't been so long since the last refit that things are giving us unexpected trouble. How about you? They're good. Scar nodded and poured them glasses of juice. This was one thing Jeremy appreciated about Kelsarians. How they would accept his answer and not press. Scar had to know, at least suspect things weren't actually good, but compartmentalization meant he could set that aside and enjoy what they had in the moment. It took a deeper emotional connection than they shared for someone to push past that and inquire deeper. So they talked about their work while enjoying the drink. Jeremy nodded to the weight machine. You still using it, I see. Scar tensed his torso and arms, causing the muscles to budge. Always. And you're following your medic's advice? I notice you don't seem to have much fat on you. I don't overdo it, and I make sure my meals have a higher amount of paste than meat to balance out everything I burn using it. I see her every month, and she hasn't told me to stop. Scar was the only Kelsarian who had taken a liking to Jimmy's weight machine back when the first version was in a leisure alley. He'd been mildly surprised by how uninterested they'd been in it. He'd figured some would have preferred it to fights the fights they called exercising, but that was before he understood how Kelsarians thought, how tied they were to the predator aspect of whatever creature they'd evolved from. Scar had been the exception. His coordination wasn't what it was for most. So training for him tended to end with him on the mat and with aches. It didn't mean he didn't stay in shape, but no one wanted to spend all their times on the losing end of a fight, even a friendly one. The weight machine had been his way of to become stronger without having to face constant defeat. He'd overdone it to the point medics had to get involved. Kelsarian metabolisms weren't designed for this kind of exercise. So now he was supervised. A second case of Jeremy introducing something earther and a Kelsarian taking so much of a liking to it. To them, their health had been affected. Sweets was the other one. Kelsarian didn't process them as well as earthers. Has it been giving you any problems? You ask, opening the side to look at the control circuits. No, it's been fine. The weight setting remains the same from one session to the other. Nothing jars when I pulled the weights. He tested the circuits. I'm still going to replace them. The reading aren't as narrow as I'd like. You have your settings on your tablet? Scar took it from the table, swiped, tapped, swiped again, got him. You really should make sure your tablet has the current settings. You never know when something is going to fail. You built it well. Jeremy chuckled. Famous last word. He changed the circuits, then looked over the gravitational control, which adjusted the weights, and those were still within acceptable parameters. He closed it up and turned it on. Send your settings, stretch on the bench, and do a couple of reps so you can tell me if it feels better or not. A couple of taps, and the tablet returned to the table. Scar sat on the bench, then laid back, putting his feet apart and giving Jeremy a nice view of his cock and balls. Not intentional, but he still appreciated. He gave 4 pulls, then cut his breath. Feels just as good. Reverse it, Jeremy said once his friend's breathing had settled. Then, and tell me how that feels. He dropped between Scar's legs. Oh, I can already tell this is going to feel much better. Jeremy considered the schematics. He didn't have to do this. Considering the way Growl was avoiding him, he certainly wasn't being given any motivation to be this generous. But it wasn't generosity that was driving him. It was dread. What were the builders doing to his technology in the process of trying to understand it? It wasn't what he'd call delicate, but it also wasn't something that could withstand too many mistakes. If they destroyed it, it would serve Growl right for not coming to him, but it would be destroyed. Please forward this to your builders. It's going to make their job easier. He sent the file and focused on engineering again. Jimmy entered their home and looked around. Growl should be sleeping, but he was back early. He's sleeping, Tom said, vacuuming the living room. Jeremy moved the chair out of the way. Has he said anything? About what? Never mind. 2 weeks since he'd sent the file, growled the files and this on his detector, and not even a thank you. Rudy, Tammy? He's in his office. She's napping with Growl. She'll be up in no more than an hour. Go see your son. Go see our son. I can handle this. Jimmy rubbed his cheek against his mate's muzzle. Thanks. I'll be back to help. Rudy, what as it was at his desk, the Kelsarian being displayed caused Jimmy to chuckle. What? His son asked. When my brother was your age, those kind of pictures he looked at. When my brother was your age, were those were the kind of pictures he looked at when he thought no one was watching. Oh, okay. When my brother was your age, the kind of pictures he looked at when he thought no one was watching didn't have the female opened up with her inside exposed. Was he studying to help in medical? No, Marco was a teenager with a healthy interest in earther females. How is it going? Slow. He shrugged and swiped to a different image. This one, a limb with broken bones. I have to be able to identify injuries by looking at them, and there are a lot of them. I'm not going to complain with all that with all the technology we have. You shouldn't have to do that. His son gave him a disbelieving look. If everything fails, we still have to be able to do our work. That means I have to know this. Jimmy hugged him and rubbed his cheek against Rudy's muzzle. I am so proud of you. His son gave him a suspicious look. I am. Too many cubs your age don't want to do the work. They just want the result. Back in my youth, you know what? Forget I just said that. I'm not that old. He hugged him again. But I am proud. Thanks. Do you want anything special when I make the meal? Rudy shrugged. Then I'll call you when it's ready. He returned to help his mate clean, then enjoyed his company and prepared food. Being accepted into hunter training was much simpler than Jeremy had expected it to be. He hadn't gone through this process the first time, since no matter what Growl said, he'd basically been forced into it. His approval had been given before he'd even showed up. Where he'd expected some long interview where he'd have to convince someone, he was confident Growl would have ordered to refuse him regardless of his answers. Okay, that's where he'd expected some long interview where he'd have to convince someone he deserved to be hunter, and he was confident Growl would have ordered them to refuse, regardless of his answers. 5 minutes of search had gotten him into the sign-up form. His name, his age, detail of injuries, and his contact information. That didn't ask for his species didn't surprise him, but he'd expected at least to have to justify why he wanted to become a hunter. He filled the information, and the return message let him know he'd be contacted with the next training session when the next training session started. Just like that, he was now set to show Growl that he deserved to be a hunter. He sat in the sand, Praetiros between his legs, resting against him. This is nice, his friend said. It is. Thank you for dragging me out. Jimmy chuckled. I don't recall a lot of dragging involved. Feels like I haven't just sat down and rested in too long. Problems at home? Not here. Back on Kelser. Two of my brothers have decided they want the same mate and will not accept that the other is also interested in her. I thought Kelsarians shared. You haven't met my brothers. Two more idiotic males have never been born. They could both be happy with her, but they prefer fighting. They've been like that since they were born. Mother said they came out scratching one another. Twins? Pretiros looked up at him. Twins, born at the same time, look the same. Oh, no, they're not identicals. The scandals, if they were that and hated each other, to that the scandal of that the scandals if they were and hated each other that much, scandal, brothers hating each other isn't that rare. Do do identicals hate each other? I don't know. Didn't know any, but I expect there are some. Brothers are brothers, after all. Identicals are more than that. They're a blessing of the gods. In some places, they're still considered envoys, but not where I'm from. They're still treated well, but more is also expected of them. When the gods bless you, you expect the others expect you to live up to that. I'm glad I was a single birth. I'd hate to have ended up like the two of them. Jeremy nuzzled the top of his friend's head. You wouldn't have. You're too loving. Then he extricated himself from under him. I'm going back in the water. This heat is baking me. Bertero stood. I'm going too, but don't expect me to follow you. I'm keeping my feet in the sand. Water is made for swimming, Jimmy said. Water is made for getting wet. I don't have to go that far for that. You don't know what you're missing. I know quite well what I'm missing. Jimmy leaned and whispered in. You don't know what I do to you where no one can see us. Jared, this isn't a leisure area, he replied, outraged. Jeremy grinned. Just means we can't get caught. Preteros looked around, and ears red, and hurried to the water. You know I'm not allowed here, right? He told Tom. Of course you're allowed. The hangar is for authorized personnel only. They haven't asked for the engineer, and I'm not a hunter. Tom scoffed. Well, I need the engineer to look over my shuttle, and you're the one qualified. You're the only one qualified on the ship. I'm the only engineer on the ship. Exactly. So you're required. If someone complains, you're dealing with it. No one will complain. Stop worrying. And we're going to the civilian section. He waved to technicians and two of the fighter pilot looking over their fighters. Is there a hunt going on? Them? No. They got permission to fly once we're docked, so they're making sure the technicians haven't damaged their fighters. Technicians wouldn't do that. I know that. I know it. You know it, and even they know it. But pilots are a particular bunch filled with beliefs that don't make sense. Like the one that if they don't look over their fighter, if they don't look their fighter over, the technician, should be plural, will have left the scanner into the guidance system and it will kill them. You're joking. Nope. Karademi woke up in the middle of the shift and ran here without getting dressed to double check that her fighter was fine. Well, that's against the distraction rules. She finished the shift in a cell, but she knew her fighter hadn't been tampered with, so she considered it worthwhile. How far are we? A couple of weeks at most. You have plans for once we docked? Once we've docked? Once we're docked? Jimmy shook his head. He wasn't even sure he'd be allowed to leave the ship after his last outing. Tom's shuttle was intimate, as his mate liked to describe it. When he thought as an unearther, Jeremy saw it was reasonably sized for a crew of three and three passengers. But as a Kelsarian? Tom hadn't been able to do anything to the cockpits, so only his love of flying let him overcome how tight it was. But the rest had been gutted. The two cabins and lounge turned into one room with two toilets. The bed took half the floor space with a small food prep area. The back wall had been opened again and Jimmy walked to it. What are those? While he didn't recognize 6 of the 7 parts, that one was Earther in design. Components for the STEF technology out of the shuttle we captured. So you are going through with this. The circuit was a T268 Kaplan. They were used mainly as part of calibration system, but he thought they had some alternate uses. He'd used the 255 in that series because it had more precise band detection, although in a narrower range. Graal isn't going to let them use one of his shuttles. He stepped behind Jeremy and ran his hand over his chest. And this way, I get to take whoever I want out there and have all the fun I want without anyone seeing us. Jeremy chuckled. There's a hall. They'd already were. You'd already be hidden from view, but they know where we are. They know we are there. They could come investigate. He pulled Jeremy's jacket off. Interrupt our fun. Oh, so that's why you needed the engineer in your shuttle, not to look it over, but to look you over. I just want you to myself for a bit. No possibility of Cubs or someone else interrupting us. Jeremy pushed Tom onto the bed. I can go along with that. And that concludes Chapter 8 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, that is September 3rd, becomes 5th. Oh, I forgot to do something on the other one. Okay. Don't know why you felt the need to change the name of that, but okay. Wait a minute, what? Huh. Interesting. Did you guys fix that? No, that still doesn't work. Okay, that is done. Alrighty. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 9 of The Hunter's Creed. Grodran opened the door to his son's office. Rudy, I need to speak with you. He didn't look up from his desk. I'm busy. This is important. This is important too. Rudy, he sighed and grabbed hold of the building annoyance. Rudy, he said calmly, this is more important. His son snorted. Tom had made him promise to be reasonable, but Rudy was making it difficult. We need to go to the planet. The quiver of excitement in Rudy's ears was still so quickly he could convince himself he'd missed it. I don't have the time. You need to make the time. His son glared at him. I'm busy studying. Not that you care, but I'm going to be a doctor, and that means I have to study a lot of studying to do if I'm going to be accepted into the academy. I care. Another snort as his son looked at the desk. Rudy, this is also about your future. He entered the office but didn't close the door. Considering how his son felt, removing the exit wouldn't lead to him listening. He crouched to remove some of the perceived authority. There's someone on the planet I need you to meet. The gaze was suspicious. Who? It's better that I don't tell you. I don't want you to worry. The annoyed slant to his son's ear said he wasn't succeeding. I know you don't like me right now. Another snort. And this isn't about me. It's about you. This is something you need to know about. Is father coming? No. He practiced saying it without letting how he felt sound. He isn't and then I'm not going. Rudy! He snapped and closed his muzzle. He wanted to grab his son by the shoulder and force him to understand the situation wasn't as simple as he wanted it to be. I'm asking you, as your father, to come with me. You're going to take me away from my family, he said softly. What? No, I'd never do that, Rudy. We're coming back, both of us, no matter what they say. You're returning home with me. I promise. Please, Rudy, this is important. The response was whispered. All right. The trip to the planet wasn't as stressful as Gralgron feared. Rudy spent it looking out as they entered the atmosphere, then gazing at this approaching city. The flight in the hover was more tense as there was only so much of the countryside his son could look out and look at. And then it was the two of them, alone, with nothing to talk about. The landing pad was at the edge of a large property, on the outskirt of one of the smaller communities on the planet. One large building near it, and a multitude of smaller ones spread throughout. Smaller houses for those who wanted or needed more privacy. Rudy sniffed the air as soon as they exited and ran to a bush to smell it. Looking at the leaves and flowers, then up a tree to smell a flower there. Gurgen agreed the scents were interesting. Or any stations. Sorry. Gurgen agreed the scents were interesting, nothing like Kelser or any stations. But he had the self restraint not to run after each of them. Rudy, he called and motioned for his son to return to his side. The defiance returned, then went away. The door opened before he reached it, and an older Kelsarian stood in it, along with a younger female, although still Gralgaron's senior by a few decades. Captain, the male greeted him. You? Okay. You didn't have to. Ashila, he told the female, then motioned to Rudy. This is the young male I told you about. Why don't you take him to taste your sweets while I talk with his father? Even knowing he shouldn't be surprised the male had known they were coming, Gargran was. He'd had few interactions with seers throughout his life. It's okay, he told his son, although he'd expected this male to want to speak with Rudy instead of him. Have you ever had Teltali? She asked, offering her hand, then led him deeper into the house. Instead of motioning for Gargran to enter, the male stepped out and closed the door. Where's his father? On the ship. You don't think he should be here? He wouldn't understand. Really? You're so certain of that? He doesn't believe in the gods. Gregorian stated, unable to keep his anger back. So you decided to just take this young male away from his two other parents. I told him I wouldn't leave him here. Yes, because being told something by the male he holds responsible for destroying his family after his mother was taken from him will be such a comfort. He sighed while Gregorian stared. Sintarina help me deal with zealots. I'm not. The glare silenced him. Are you not? Favored hunters? Are you not favored hunter? Is that not what makes you so effective and so disliked by some in power? How? Did she? The male sighed. She told me the young male was coming and with whom. The rest I learned on my own. I'm not so old that I can't access files and make requests for those that aren't public. Unlike what you seem to believe, she isn't always talking to me. He smirked. In fact, she tends to reserve it for the important things. So Rudy is important, the male sighed. Every one of the God's children are important. No more no more so than others. He's a seer. I am well aware of that. That's why I brought him. I'm also well aware of that, although I have to question your wisdom. He's a seer, he repeated. Repeating yourself doesn't provide answers. His first bristled. Seers are visited by one of those who hear her. The male nodded. And you decided we were taking too long? We've been in space for years. So? Gregorian stifled a sigh. I thought since you couldn't, the male started. Couldn't? You think we couldn't come see the young male if she felt it was time? We've been in space. And you think none of those who hear her are? You think she's too worried about us and keeps us from traveling outside the atmosphere? Or do you think we can't hear her if we're off? No, none of that. I thought I'd make it easier on you, that's all. You thought you knew better than she what he needs. If you'd contact me instead of deciding for her, I could have saved you the trip. Gregorian had trouble responding to that. Have you thought what your son needs is a loving family? We love him, he stated. As a family or as two groups with one member doing what he can to hold it together? The disbelief cant to the old man's ear kept him from finishing. When's the last time you spoke to your heart? Gregorian glared. My relationship isn't. Why do you think I'm talking with you? She has a message for you, favored hunter. Get your head out of your ass. She wouldn't say that. Why? Because she's a goddess? Trust me, she's been far more vulgar than that at times. You need to heal yourself, not worry about your son. But he's a seer. And if she needs one of us to speak with him, she'll arrange it. But don't you need to teach him something? The male sighed. If we spoke to everyone she whispers to, we'd never have time to do anything else she needs us to. Captain, we go to those she has picked as her voice. Those who will speak to others on her behalf, like that young girl with the prophecies of candies. She will be speaking for her a great deal. We all know it. Gregorian had trouble understanding what she had to do with the conversation until he remembered how Admiral Ortos Journal of Ranis Orinani had used his granddaughter's status as a seer to make up a prophecy about where he belonged. So Rudy doesn't matter to her? The slap on the side of the head caught him by surprise. Of course he matters to her. Weren't you listening? We all do. But that doesn't mean she has plans for him the way your namesake always have plans for you. Some she whispers to simply benefit from her help when they need it, such as whispering to a scared boy watching his mother being abused and killed to hide instead of running to her defense. Hopefully, Sheila can help him understand that, so he'll stop feeling guilty for abandoning her. But being told Centarina Melduld doesn't always help. Then what should I do? He cut the hand this time. I thought you hunters paid attention. Give him a loving family. I'm not the one who broke it. So it's pride then. The hunter won't lower himself to seek a solution because he didn't cause the problem. Be careful of your tone, seer. The male smirked. I'm too old to care what the cubs think of me. I've told you what she wanted me to tell you. I've answered your question. Ashila is on her way with your son. I suggest you go home and think of what you really have to do. The door opened and the female led Rudy outside. See, he's still here, just as I promised. Rudy clung to Gralgaron. I want to go home. He was concerned about the contact. He was conflicted about the contact. He was happy his son sought comfort in him, but concerned as to what might have happened to make him need it. I believe there's nothing left to say, the old man said, and Gralgaron headed toward the hover. Captain! He looked over his shoulder, and the male seemed to be listening to something. Tell that hunter of yours, named after our father, that when his back gives out, he might consider our retirement community instead of getting it rebuilt, or maybe alongside it. Maybe alongside. She wasn't quite clear. I forgot to address that, didn't I? Damn it. Is Hunter named after the father? I thought this place was for seers, not hunters. It is. Have a good trip, Captain. Hunter named after their father. The only father he and the seer shared was Turuk Samian, but a hunter? Beta Turuk Selminial. He would have to speak with the male beyond relaying the message. Father is going to be angry with you for this. Rudy said, and Gralgaron figured this could be added to the list of the reasons that male was angry with him. And that concludes chapter 9 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay, I need to do two things. Okay, I've added that, and oh, I can't. That's why I didn't address it here, because this is all that. Okay. It really should be earlier than that. But pacing, like, it didn't feel appropriate to put it here at the end of this chapter. And then the next chapter, which takes place a few weeks later, is all dealing with starting the on the trek to heal their relationships. So ultimately, I may have to put it at the end here, but I'm going to write it in this chapter. September 5th becomes 8. Right. That's it. He's like, is it almost time for my break? No. My break is in about an hour, 15 minutes. 11:30 Eastern Time is when I take lunch. I have a number of chapters to get through before I do that. Well, number. This one and then one for Harker are those I really, really want to get through. This one, I won't have a problem. Um, hey, Rinto! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Cuddly Tiger! Yay! Um, I'm, I am sorry that I will not be conversing too much, Rinto. I am doing editing, and my form is read. I read my text and I correct it. And this is something I record for YouTube. So while I'm be doing that, I have to ignore the chat. But if you stick around, I will return after it's recorded, and I will definitely address whatever you said. All right, so confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 10 of The Hunter's Creed. Jeremy had been surprised to be allowed off the ship, considering how irrational Growl was being. But he hadn't wanted to go. Okay. That would be a continuation. But he hadn't wanted to go. He'd wanted to be home for when Rudy came back from that trip. Growl was taking him. You know what? I don't need that from that trip. That Growl had taken him on while Jeremy had been out, leaving Tom to let him know they'd laughed when he'd made it clear he wanted to be present for that meeting with some random seer. Not lashing out at his mate had been difficult, but he was only the messenger. He'd been the one to suggest the outing, revealing yet another thing Growl hadn't bothered telling Jeremy. He'd even suggested Jeremy contact his friends. So it was the two of them and Tammy, and Atarikna, Thur, and near Lakasar, Scar, Zen, and Jirani. He tried to enjoy the station, but his mind kept wandering to Rudy on the planet with his father and at least one stranger, possibly more, telling him how he'd have to be now that he was a seer. When he managed to pull himself away from those thoughts, it was the looks. It was the looks he was getting from the Kelsarians that made it difficult to enjoy himself. Surprise, distrust, and a few outright angry glare. He suspected that if not for those around him, he'd be told to go home a few times. They don't mean anything by it, Tom whispered, nuzzling his neck and causing more glaring. Looks like they do. He replied. Zen saddled up to Jeremy's other side. We can give them a reason to stare. This isn't a leisure area, Thirst stated. Do you ever relax? Zen asked, then looked at Thur's mate. Is he always like this? She grinned. No. You seem to have that effect on him. Stop resisting my charm, Thurixel Minial. You'll feel better about it. Your charms would land us in a station cell with my alpha displeased with me. Jared would just show them why we couldn't resist him. Leave me out of this, Zen. I'm not ending up in a cell while I wait for my son to return. He's going to need me. Then you should go to a leisure alley. You should go to a leisure alley, Adrena said. Let them help you relax until then. I'm relaxed. Jeremy caught Zen's hand before it reached his crotch. No need to check, he sighed. What I could do with is a scotch, and since I forgot to put the recipe on my tablet, some food instead. Why isn't it there? Jeremy asked. Seems like each time you're on the station, you're not being able to print yourself a glass comes up. Because that's the only time I'm reminded I don't have it. By the time I return to the ship, I get distracted by something or someone, Zen grinned, and forget to copy it. It's on it's on all the ship's printers, so the rare time I feel like drinking one when I'm not home, it isn't a problem. What do you feel like eating? Tom asked. There's a number of selection, probably some offering local meats and sauces. I don't care. I just want to have something in my mouth, he groaned. Food in my mouth, Zen. Food. I didn't say anything. Only because he spoke faster, Gironi said. I wasn't going to say anything. No, Atarkna said. You were going to shove your cock in it said. Well, now that you've said that, you take that out, Jimmy said, and I'm handing you to security myself. Okay, not pulling it out. Or anyone else says, Zenny, Tom said. How about that place? Doesn't look crowded. They sat before anyone realized Jeremy was part of the group, and one table motioned to a server over, pointing at them and talking too low for him to hear. But the ears made it clear they weren't happy. The female who listened shrugged and returned to the back while the male approached their table. What can I get you? He said, actively not looking at Jeremy. We have sauces from Kelser as well as local ones. Our meat are local, but we breed most of the popular animals from Kelser, so we should be able to accommodate whatever you want. He hesitated. You'll have to explain to him that we don't serve meat on the bone here. Why wouldn't why would you think I want that? Jeremy asked, barely masking his annoyance, the male's ears folded back in shock. You understand me? Maybe you missed it when we came in, but I was talking with my friends. Jer, Tom said softly, calm down. He probably hasn't seen an Earther before. I'm Kelsarian, Jeremy replied. You know what I mean. His mate nuzzled him. I've seen Earthers, the male protested. There's been reports about them, how they're allied with the lizards and how they want to conquer us. That if it wasn't for the hunters of the line, they'd have invaded us already. Something we should know about? Thurixel Minial? Zen asked on Jeremy's other side. Yes. Thur look at the young male. You shouldn't believe what reports say about us unless it comes from Hunter Central. I'll have Itari with Sarina sauce, Jeremy said. Are you sure that's very spicy? He grinned. The spicier the better. The others placed their orders, and before it arrives, the group who'd complained left, after complaining again to a different server. The platter with their meat and sauces arrived, and while most of them were left to the center of the table for any of them to pick from, the Sarina sauce was placed before Jeremy by his mate. Just so there isn't any confusion, the rest of us want to keep our taste buds. Jeremy rolled his eyes, snagged a large cube of Itari, and drenched it in sauce before putting it in his mouth and gasping at the grope. Is it too spicy? Zen asked innocently, massaging Jeremy's crotch. You! He nearly spit what in his mouth and closed it, having to settle for glaring while he chewed. Yes? He swallowed. Focus on eating instead of getting us sent to a cell. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? He massaged Jeremy's now hardening cock. Zen, we're in a restaurant. How about you simply eat? We can have sex after, in an alley. He looked at Tom as the hand moved away. Will you be okay taking Tammy when we're done? He's not going to leave me alone until I have him screaming. Claws worked well for that, Thur said. Thu, near Lakassar said, behave. Oh, he is behaving, Zen Gran said, grinning, and received a glare from the two of them. In spite of Zen's multiple attempts at annoying Thur, the meal was enjoyable. As he'd promised, he then took Zen to the closest alley and accompanied by Thur and his mate, and Scar and Jirani, Atarina stayed with Tom and Tammy. Jimmy took a crouch in plain view, having decided that if he was going to be stared at, he was going to give them a reason to stare. Zen did not disappoint in how loud he got during that time. Jimmy paced the living room. Tom had informed him Graal and their son had docked, and he felt like they should have been back home already. The door opened, and he ran to Rudy, ignoring his mate. Are you okay? What did they do to you? He checked him for any sign he was one of them now. She fed me Taltani, his son said. It's this hard dough on which they spread this sweet paste from made from a flower they grow. Then they cut it so you can eat it with your fingers. It's really good. That's it? Then when Tom had said Rudy would go see the seers, Jeremy had envisioned indoctrination. She asked me about the ship, about what being a doctor, about what about being a doctor appealed to me. If I liked having you as my father, I said yes. Jeremy hugged him. Okay, I actually need to add something here. I'd forgotten that she. All right, she asked me about the ship that when Santarina told me that when Santarina whispers to me, it's to help, but that I don't have to listen like this. That I don't have to listen. She didn't mind it. She didn't mind when we didn't listen. She wanted to know what about being a doctor appealed to me. If I liked you having as a, me, you, if I liked having you as my father, I said yes. Jimmy hugged him, feeling inordinately relieved to have his son back. He rubbed his cheeks against Rudy's muzzle. Can you do me a favor and go keep Tammy and Tom company? I have to speak with your father. Graal sighed. With a nod, Rudy left. Jeremy waited until he heard the door close. What the fuck was the big idea? I told you I wanted to be there. I'm sorry. Oh, now you're sorry. You couldn't be sorry before you took my son without even telling me? What the fuck is wrong with you leaving Tom here to tell me? I said I'm sorry. What do you want, Jer? For me to bare my throat? I didn't think you cared about it. I told you I wanted to be there when they did whatever they do. Why? Growlsnare snapped. You don't believe in any of this. Who fucking cares what I believe in? This was about my son being I don't know what by some strangers, and you kept me from being there to comfort him if he needed it. He didn't need the hand on Jeremy's chest caught him enough by surprise. He stepped back, and Tom stepped between them. A hand on both their chests. That's enough, he said softly. I say this as your mate who loves you both, but you two need help. I'm fine, Jeremy said dismissively while Growl snorted. Yes, I can see how fine you are, both of you, which is why I'm telling you to get help. Jeremy took a breath. I'm fine, Tom. I'm just angry that someone, he glared at Growl, thought he could just take my son away. It was for him, Growl replied through clenched teeth. Tom pushed, but neither moved. He sighed. Walk away. This home doesn't need this. Both of you go cool down. Go fucking some in an alley. I don't care. I'm not going to have you screaming where our cubs can hear it. As their Kreserik, their well-being is my top priority. I'm going to remove that. My priority, and you two are disturbing that. I want you both out of this house and don't come back until you've spent that anger you're harboring. Jimmy kept glaring at Growl. It was his fault, after all. Tom growled, "Now!" With a huff, Growl turned and laughed, and Jimmy relaxed slightly. "Think, out!" "I'm fine, Tom." "He's the one." "Out, Jer." "I'm telling you, I'm fine." Tom took his head in his hands and locked eyes with him, ears perfectly straight. "I love you, Jer, but I know you. You're going to stay angry for a while, and you'll snap at me and the cubs like you just did. I will not allow that. Get out and don't come back until you're exhausted. I mean it, Jer. The two of them already have too much of both your temper, and I'm done allowing it." Jimmy backed to the door, and Tom didn't break eye contact. He tapped the control, then stepped outside. His mate stepped to the door and closed it. Confused and angry, Jimmy went off looking for a way to spend it. And that concludes chapter 10 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are, Tom's action were unexpected. Tom has never been confrontational. I never thought he could be confrontational. There is something very subdued about Tom, and subdued, gentle, understanding. And I never thought he'd be put in a situation where he had to put his foot down. But yeah, this concludes chapter 10 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon as well as Ream's Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. You think you'll take a nap? Alrighty, psych. Rest well. Thank you for dropping by. Alrighty, confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 8 for October for Harker. Diane looked at the two men seated across from her, the young one and the one who should have known better than to cause this situation. Care to explain what the fuck you were thinking? She demanded of him. He looked surprised. I was thinking Mr. Orr needed a more strenuous test after the first one, and him demonstrating he was more capable than I expected. So what? You thought building some machine-making killer robots was the way to go? A test needs to establish a proper motivation. And you didn't think that just passing it would be enough? The young man smirked, but she ignored him. He wasn't the problem, and she hoped that this meeting would keep him from causing some to the school. No, some the school couldn't afford right now, or ever. No. She ran a hand over her face. Why not? Because he already believes himself smarter than everyone. Abstract winning means nothing to him. His tests must be designed to push him to his limits. You could have killed him. The life of a hero is filled with risks. And what are you going to tell his fathers when they sue the school? She barely stopped herself from bringing up what the government was going to do with that. They won't, the young man said. And she stared. I think they're going to have something to say about your teacher nearly killing you. The young man snorted. He never got close to that. And I passed the test, so unless you feel the need to tell my father, I don't plan on doing it. That you pass is debatable, the older man said. The past scenario was that I destroyed the fabricator. I did that. I passed. You had help. Your scenario said nothing. Said nothing about me having to do that alone. I'm not going to pay for your lack of planning skill, and it's your miscalculation that allowed them to help me. So that's another flaw in your planning. She stared at them, discussing if he passed the test or not, as if that test hadn't caused that. What that test had caused didn't matter. And what about the destruction your robot caused? She demanded. The man shrugged. That's already being cleared out. By morning, the wall will have been fixed. That doesn't make it okay. I'm not sure I understand. Mr. Orr has said he's fine with the result of the test, which I passed. That is still to be decided. No, your bad planning doesn't. That's enough, Diane snapped. She yelled at both of them. This is a school. Our job, she locked eyes with the older man, is to teach. Our job is to teach him, not put his and other students' lives in danger. I'm not done, Mr. Orr. He didn't look happy, but she had it on good authority that was a constant with him. This is a school, not some lab you get to run your experiments in. If you can't teach him, we'll find someone else. The young man snorted again. Good luck with that. Why do you sound like him putting your life at risk wasn't a problem? It wasn't at risk, and I passed, so I don't see what the problem is. Debatable, the man said. No, it isn't. Stop! She couldn't believe how callous they both were with his life, the others that could have been endangered. I don't want anything like this to ever happen on campus. Am I clear? Here, You will teach him and nothing more. We'll decide what kind of test needs to be administered. Very well, the man said, while the young man merely shrugged. You can leave. Arthur didn't understand the dean's problem. The damage would be repaired and no one had been hurt. No one would have been hurt even if Colby and his friend hadn't helped him, so long as anyone else kept their distance. Without their help, it would have taken him longer. Do you have a car? Armstrong asked. Of course I have a car. Can you drive it? Yes, I modified it so it can adapt to my short stature. Good. Since I won't be able to administer your test here, I'll use one of my subsidiaries in the area. I'll text you the address when it's ready. Aren't you forgetting something? The dean said I wasn't to administer your test here. This accounts for that. Not what I mean. You tested me. Now it's my turn. He smiled. I'll contact you when it's ready to start. Diane stepped through the portal with a shudder. No matter how often she did this, it felt abnormal. People shouldn't be able to cross distances without actually traversing it. She didn't care if it was magic or power or some gadget. It simply didn't feel right. As Armstrong had said, the rubble had been cleared, as had the machinery inside the classroom. His robots were repairing the wires inside the wall. After what they'd done the previous day, she kept her distance from them. She'd have preferred taking a different route, but the underground wasn't built with traveling options in mind. The room reminded her more of a command center for some military bunker than what she was used to when discussing teachers' performance. The two teachers in question were already there. Landslide, Madrid. She greeted them, sitting on one side of the console was the best descriptive she had for what should have been a simple desk between them. This was plugged into every server in the underground and above ground. Could process data faster than any computer in existence. Armstrong had explained when he'd shown them this room. Dean. Landslide greeted her. Diane, Madrid said. This meeting is to address what happened when Armstrong's robot broke out of the room where they were trying to kill Arthur Orr. More specifically, why you allowed some of your students to put themselves at risk instead of intervening yourselves. She looked at them. Which one of you wants to start? They exchanged a look and Madrid shrugged. She slotted her phone into the console and brought up images of a young woman. This is Claudia Reynolds. One picture was from her school ID. The others were of her in class against other students and in the environment room, since Diane knew none of the students had been allowed to use the powers on the street. She might be one of the strongest parahuman in the school. She is definitely the strongest electrical generator we have on record. The closest I found is Lightning out of New Orleans, and nothing recorded comes close to what Miss Reynolds can do. All right? But she's untrained, so she shouldn't have been allowed to put herself at risk like that. She shouldn't have wanted to, Madrid said. What do you mean? She's the most powerful electrical generator we have on record, but she is always reluctant to use them. She has a not unfounded fear of them. I've been trying to figure out a way to get her to overcome, but until this incident, I hadn't managed. Of all my students, she was the last one I'd have expected to go to the young man's help, let alone use her powers freely as she did. A recording from inside the classroom played where the young woman blasted robots freely. She's also exhibiting a level of control over her power she hasn't demonstrated in any of the classes. And you felt that was enough to let her put her life in danger? Diane, I'm dealing with 100 students, each with a wide range of abilities and mental hang-ups about them. With most, I'm making headway in getting them to have enough control. They won't be a threat if they have to act in a crowd. With the others, Miss Reynolds included, I have to try whatever I can think of and hope for the best. That is the best result I've had yet. I just have to figure out what about it let her act so freely. They're robots, Landslide said. Except that if that was why, she'd be fine in the environment room. Those are magical construct, which is the same as robots. Do you have them looking like people? He asked. I've noticed with some of my students that they will act as if they are people. Maybe. It could also be the heat of the moment thing. She didn't have time to think about the situation. I've asked the counselor to speak with her about it. There might be some insight I can use. I still don't think you should have let the situation continue, Diane said, then looked at Landslide. And you? He slotted his phone, and a keyboard appeared in the air, sized for his large, stony fingers. The image of a young man in a cowboy hat, jeans, and t-shirt and shirt appeared. Colby Rawling. I let him participate because I didn't expect him to get hurt. Like all strongman types parahuman, he's tough as well as strong. Not the strongest or toughest, but resistant enough to withstand whatever those robots threw at him. One of them punched through a classroom wall, Diane pointed out. Bruises were the worst I expected. So you decided to that just because he could take the beating, he should? No. He typed, and new pictures appeared. The same young man greeting a couple with a tip of the cowboy hat, him close to a rough looking man seemingly talking, a woman punching him off his feet. He's one of those who treated the construct as if they were people. He's polite almost to a fault, barely speaks though, gets well along with everyone, very helpful. And until this moment, a video of the fight played, a different angle focused on the young man kicking a robot away from Mr. Orr. I didn't think he belonged here. Why not? He's clearly strong enough. Powers don't make a hero. It's our willingness to use them. Mr. Rawling is willing to help. He nearly got himself expelled before arriving because of that willingness, but there's also a sense to him that he doesn't want to use his strength. You just said he's willing, Diane pointed out. Being willing doesn't mean he wants to. I had to look into his background beyond the news story that brought him to our attention, and I think that should be done going forward. If I'd known what I do now, I might have suggested he isn't a good fit for what we're doing. But you said now you think he is, Edward said, motioning to the now paused fight. Yes, but there might be better candidates out there. I'm simply saying that looking into their backgrounds before sending them the package might be a good idea. Mr. Rawling is from a family of ranchers. That's what he is. Speaking with his relatives, he makes free use of his power as part of whatever he has to do there. The one thing none of them commented on was him going out and using his powers to help others. They had a handful of stories of him being in the right place and time to help, but not even one on the scale of that news story. Colby Rowling is a rancher and doesn't see himself as anything more. Also, we should make sure the students is the one applying. Turns out the forms were filled by his father, who thinks this is a good opportunity for him. That and running a deeper check on potential candidate are suggestions I'll bring up with the faculty. But this is about your student. If you don't believe he's a good fit, I didn't say that. I said I didn't think he was. This fight, typing in the still of a picture of the young man's face smiling, that makes me think he might have what it takes to be a hero. Because he's smiling? Because he's enjoying himself. Look, we have tons of heroes out there doing things for all the wrong reasons. They have something to prove. They have a beef with a specific villain. They love it too much. They love the cameras. You name it, we have it. But one thing a hero needs to have to survive the ordeal we go through day in, day out is a love of the job. We we don't You don't want someone who loves it too much because then they go causing problems, but you also don't want someone who's in it just because some duty fostered on them by others, his father in this case. You want a balance of knowing it's something we have the responsibility to do and enjoying doing it. And after that fight, I think Colby Rawlings has that balance. Or at least he can learn to achieve it. One fight doesn't mean he'll look forward to all of them. I see. Dean, Landslide said. We're all new to this. We aren't teachers first. We're figuring this out as we go. I agree with you that this isn't something we should plan on ever recreating, but as an accident, it taught us something about some of our students, which makes me think, Madrid said, that we should consider recreating something like that under controlled condition. Something the students don't know is a test so we can see how they truly react instead of watching them give us what they think we want to see. That's something the underground is more qualified to arrange than I, she said. But I still want to see the plan before I'll approve it. I won't agree to needlessly putting the students at risk. And speaking of putting them at risk, like Madrid said, I think we need to consider body armor. While some of my students come with a level of toughness, most of them don't. We saw that in the initial test, where if one of the construct could reach a ranged student, the fight was basically over. Don't you think that handing out armor to some but not all the students will cause division? Diane asked, easily envisioning the unintentional caste system growing out of it. Make it a uniform, Landslide said. A school uniform with varying level of armor to account for the students' toughness. Although making them all out of something resistant would be good, unless the school wants to replace them on a weekly basis, at least among my students. And even strong men won't say no to extra armor, will they? Madrid said. Diane made notes regarding the school uniform. She liked the idea. Something creating unity was always good. Can we agree there won't be another incident such as this one? They looked at each other. I think we can agree not to purposely cause anything like this, Landslide said. But my understanding is that even this wasn't planned. What I mean is that you won't let your student put themselves in danger if something like this ever happens again. Diane, Adrian said, we are teaching them to be heroes. We're basically telling them they have to act. I think that telling them there are situations where they shouldn't act will send the wrong message. I don't agree, Landslide. But that's where teaching them to use judgment is important. We are teaching them to be able to differentiate between when acting is the heroic thing to do and when it's the glory hound thing to do. I think we have to respect their decisions, even if after the fact we explain where they went wrong. Diane sighed. That's going to lead to injuries and potential lawsuit. Do I have to remind you we have to the government actively looking to shut us down? Heroes get hurt, Diane. Dean, I doubt any of our students don't understand that. We have healers and we have counselors, and I think that allowing them to suffer consequences for their actions is a good learning tool. All right, I see what you mean. That'll be all. Landslide laughed while Madrid lingered. You okay, Diane? She chuckled bitterly. I don't think I realized what I was taking on when I agreed to this. If it helps, none of us did. Mentoring one or two parahuman is nothing like teaching a class full of them. Do you want to grab a coffee after work? I don't think any of the coffee shops are going to be open by the time I'm going to be done, but thank you for the offer. Just make sure you don't overwork yourself. And Diane was alone, wondering if she should postpone writing the letter to Arthur's fathers or and do what her friend suggested. Today was definitely a day where she felt like she was being overworked. Aaron stepped into the office. Thank you for coming, Landslide, seated behind the large desk, said. Take a seat. I didn't know I was given a choice. His teacher chuckled. I should have said thank you for coming without protesting. I've been surprised at the number of students who didn't feel feedback is constructive. My brothers are always giving me feedback. How do you feel you did in the exercise? Well, why do you feel that? I took down everyone I encountered. Do you feel you did it so as best as possible? I think I did as best as I could. I know how to fight, but I don't have a lot of experience fighting people. Not a lot of them I could practice with. As I type on the projected keyboard, and images of Aaron fighting appeared. He got himself smiling, thinking he looked good doing that, and forced it away. That was probably not the reaction his teacher was looking for. How about the collateral damage? Typing and the image zoomed out to show the destroyed buildings around them. Aaron looked down. I kind of lost myself in the fight. That's obvious. I am giving you points for not being so lost You didn't pay attention to how tough your opponents were. Not once did you use more force than you had to. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of chance to train against someone as strong or tough as me, so I've always had to be careful. His teacher nodded. But when they could stand up to you, you forgot yourself. If this had been a real city street, there would have been people, cars driving by. Do you think you'd have been able to remember they were there? I don't know. Good answer. Don't go telling others, but with your permission, with our permission, students are allowed to use the environment room. The scenarios are pre-installed, so you can't just create one and have fun, but I'd like you to find time and run this one again. Get yourself used to fighting people on your level in a destructive environment. Teach yourself to pay attention to what's around you. Yes, sure, I'd love to go through that again. How do I schedule time? More typing, and Aaron's phone buzzed. That's the link to when the room is available. I suggest you reserve. That's the link to the room's availability schedule. I suggest reserve a spot as quickly as you can because you aren't the only one who can benefit from running the scenario again. Thank you, I will. Good, you can go. He stood then paused. Can I ask you a question, sir? Of course. What's your name? It feels weird calling you Professor Landslide or Mr. Landslide. It's Landslide. I had it legally changed when I turned 18. Why? He realized the disbelieving tone he used. Sorry, I shouldn't pry. He started to head for the door. If I told you my name used to be Marvin Huckleberry, would you believe me? Yes. Landslide chuckled. This isn't what a Marvin looks like. My parahumanness became visible when I was 12. My skin turned ever more rocky. When someone at school said I was then someone at the school said I was the result of a landslide. Before the year was over, everyone called me that. That was a rough year. The next one, I decided I was going to own the name and refuse to answer to anything other than landslide. I grew into what I look like now, and what I was going to do with my life was pretty clear. So, at 18, I left home, legally changed my name, and became a full-time hero. How did you live? I mean, hero work doesn't pay, does it? I lived very frugally for the first few years. Then people started giving me things for helping them or the neighborhood. It's how I got where I live. She was getting on in age and was seeing her beloved neighborhood fall prey to crime and corruption. And she thought that having a hero living there would help. And she wanted the company. She said she picked me because she figured she wouldn't be tempted to hit on me. Nice woman. Left me the house when she died. Aaron clapped his mouth on asking how sex worked for him. That was that would be way too personal. Is there anything else? No, sorry. Thanks for answering. And that concludes chapter 8 for the month of October on Harker. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it's available on my website along with my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. That's not right. That's what did I know? Okay, let's fix that first. Hey, Pinichi! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are good. I am glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. What are you up to today? I will be right back. Few days you're going camping, packing up things that you'll take with you. Very cool. Very cool. Are you going camping alone or with friends? You're going alone, but there will be friends. Cool. The second of the southwest stairwell they found happened to be unlocked, and after making sure no one was watching, they entered. The first and second door they encountered led to the underground parking lot. The third and last one to a corridor with pipes and wiring running along the ceiling and walls. Doors were unlocked and led to storage room filled with chairs, tables, beds, cots. They found the laundry room and almost got caught by the staff. After an hour searching, the oddest thing they found was one of the storage rooms set up with satin sheets draped from the ceiling to the wall. Oh, I see. Okay. Around a bed with 3 cameras pointed at it. The bed was messed, and they were confident it wasn't from someone sleeping in it. I'm sorry it wasn't more exciting, Eric said, peeking out of the door up to the ground floor before exiting. It's okay. I can't expect life with you to always lead from one adventure to another. She placed her arm in his. Does that mean the offer to move in is being withdrawn? He pulled him closer. No. You already spend more time at my place than your motel room. I have to admit your bed is far more comfortable than that one, Eric said, nodding at the couple they passed. And I like the benefit of having you cook for me. You're a great cook, you know that, right? Only compared to you. He looked behind him at the couple. Both were human. The man, in his 40s, dressed in a brown suit, walked confidently. He hadn't acknowledged Eric's greeting. The woman was in her late 30s. She wore a dress without sleeves. She glanced at Eric, and it took until now for her expression to register. Worry, maybe pain. She walked stiffly, just this side of being pulled along. The man held her by the arm in a way that might look tender, but he gripped it so tightly the skin was discolored around his fingers. Eric had seen the body language before, captured enemy soldiers being led to their cell. "What's wrong?" Anita whispered, and Eric realized he'd stopped walking. "I think that woman's in trouble." Anita didn't turn. "Are they far enough we can follow?" Eric smiled at her before kissing her cheek. No questions of if they were going to follow them, just if it was currently safe to do so. "If we keep our distances, we'll be okay." They kept 30 feet between them, not hurrying even when the other couple turned a corner to avoid drawing attention of other visitors to the lightning. They continued past when the couple went through a door, doubling back once it closed. "Your hearing is better," Eric said. "See what you can hear through the door. I'll keep watch." "They're walking away," Anita whispered. "Something is sliding open. It's closed. I can't hear anything else," she finally said. She tried the handle. Locked. "Keep watch," Eric said, pulling a small wallet from the inside of his pocket. Anita had forced him to leave his satchel behind, but he'd still brought some tools. Among the screwdriver and small pliers, he took 2 lockpicks and crouched before the lock. "I was expecting you to have some sort of tech or device for this," Anita whispered. "I don't break into places often enough. I have one already made." Eric brought up the lock's design. He couldn't see the tension bar he inserted or the pick, but he could see the tumblers as he moved them, as well as the height they needed to be for the lock to turn. "Anyway, this is faster." He opened the door and ushered her inside. A bare light bulb illuminated a 4-meter long corridor ending with a sliding scissor gate. Behind it was a stairwell going down. Eric tapped his ears and pointed down. Anita and pointed. "I don't need the down." Anita leaned close and whispered, "They're still going down. I can't tell how far they are." Eric nodded. The lock on the gate was big and old. Gently, he pulled on the gate. If there's a lock on the gate, of course it's locked. Pulled on it, confirming it was locked. Its mechanism was bulky. Its pick wouldn't do here. This would have required a skeleton key and a big one. He used an Allen wrench as a tension bar and a screwdriver for a pick. For as old as it was, the lock was well maintained. No rust, no broken component. He suspected that if he took it apart, he'd find modern alloys in it. Someone took great care of this lock. It unlocked with a click that made Eric wince. He looked at Anita, who shook her head after a second. Gently, he pushed the gate open, grinding his teeth each time it clacked after catching on something. The lock was well maintained, but the rail. "You have to go meet a friend of yours?" "All righty, Pinucci. Have yourself a good rest of your day." Gently, he pushed the gate open, grinding his teeth each time it clacked after catching on something. The lock was well maintained, but the rail hadn't been cleaned in a while. Closed it once he and Anita were on the other side, but didn't lock it. He suspected that they were going to need to leave in a hurry after freeing the woman. Silently, they started down the stairs. "I think we're below the sub-basement," Anita whispered. Eric nodded, only needed to look for the electrical wiring that had lined those walls to confirm it. She indicated the glowing lantern as her telltale. Instead of a burning wick, the lantern contained a glowing moss. After 10 minutes of slow descent, a door closed in the distance. I don't hear them anymore, Anita whispered. How deep do you think this goes? No idea. Let's hurry. If this opens to a branching cave system, finding them again won't be easy. The door at the bottom wasn't locked, and it opened to a tunnel as Eric expected, but it didn't branch. Although it seems natural, the floor uneven but smooth from years of people walking along it. We can't be under the lightning anymore, Anita whispered after 20 minutes. City Hall, Eric whispered, pointing ahead. He was confident that was the direction they were walking in, although he didn't know how far it was from it they were. On the surface, it would be 8 blocks northwest from the lightning, and while he knew that was the direction they walked in, he didn't know how close to those 8 blocks they were. After another 5 minutes, she gripped his hand. I hear voices, she whispered, many. They continued, and Eric made out voices too, men and women conversing. They sounded relaxed, friendly. There was laughter. The light brightened in the distance, with a flicker that made Eric think of fire. They stayed close to the wall as the end became visible. The conversation was distinct now. Someone talking business, accounts not balancing, another discussing a television program, someone singing a few bars of a song, exclaiming surprise when the other person didn't know it. Finally, they were at the opening. The first thing that drew Eric's attention was the large cavern was the fire. On his left, in the stone wall, was a fire in what looked like a maw, broken rocks giving the impression of teeth. The furnace? Anita whispered excitedly. Eric indicated the men and women in the center of the room. Sacrifice, he whispered back, no question about it in his mind. 12 of them, a mix of humans and furries, all in their mid-20s to early 30s. Around them, in small clusters, were 12 other people, older 40s and 50s, with the bearing of people in authority. Some wore suits, some blood-red robes. Anita gasped, quickly covering her mouth, but the sound had attracted attention. Before Eric could grab her and run back, a man in a robe produced a gun and was before them. Don't move. The tone froze Eric. He'd been ordered about for years by men and women using that tone. Commanders. The black man before them was someone in charge of a lot of people, maybe even military. He had the body language. William, that's your entrance? You were followed, he said without looking away from Eric and Anita. So I was, the man, William, replied, disinterested. What are you going to do about them? The commander asked. Commissioner Fernal, Anita quickly whispered in Eric's ear, indicating the black men. Shut up, Fernal ordered, then motioned for the two of them to move into the cavern. Just kill them and throw them in the fire, William said. Someone frisk them, Fernal ordered. They might be here to expose us. And we can't just throw them in the fire, Will, a silver-furred ferret said. You know that. One sacrifice, one death of the heart for wealth and power. That's how it goes. You really want to risk ruining what we have? A woman with tan skin and sharp business suit quickly frisked Anita, pulling her phone, keys, wallet, and pocketing them. When she patted Eric down, taking her time, smiling at him, when she groped him, Anita shoved her away. Get your hand off my boyfriend. Eric had to fight the urge to grab the commissioner as he shoved a gun in her face. Don't get uppity. Throwing you in the fire might be out, but trust me, there are enough places here to hide a body. The man looked at Eric. Or two. This isn't something I expected to walk in, a tiger in a suit said at another entrance. He held a man in his 30s by the arm. We have interlopers, Fernal said. I can see that. Bodies to dispose of or a recruit? The tiger shoved the man among the others. Do you really think it's wise to consider one of them a recruit? The ferret asked. You seem to be forgetting how you joined our group, Finia. William said. Followed your brother's kidnapper here, right? Knocked his lover unconscious? When we gave you a choice, you threw your brother into the fire and took his place among us. There's definitely love between them. The woman Anita had thrown to the floor was standing again, brushing herself off. That's not love, that's possessiveness. She can't love him. She isn't human. Oh, you have got to be kidding. Anita said, a racist in this day and age? Didn't we leave that back in the dark times? The woman snorted. I have no problem with furries. She indicated Anita and Eric. You can't love someone you can't have children with. It's a documented fact. Ignore Jezebel, the tiger said. Her views on the world are somewhat antiquated. I expect Miss Isaac is quite capable of loving. He looked at Eric. Who might you be? He's my boyfriend? Anita said, so hands off him? The tiger smiled and raised his hand. Eric was more stunned. The man knew who Anita was. The real question is the love reciprocal or one-sided? One makes it so much easier to deal with. Sixth. Alrighty. It's time for lunch. I will be back in roughly an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. And you will have to give me a minute. Turns out the belt is not aligned. It goes to the right. I am unsure how that happened. Alrighty. This afternoon it is book 14 of Monster and Bad Men. Still no title. It is an Alex chapter, and it's going to be hacking. Oh wait, that's the left. Drifts up. Okay, so I screwed that. That's why. All right, let's see if that's gonna adjust things. And if I did that mistake, it may be why it. There we go. Now let's see where it will settle. Why do you not like this? Because it's French, probably. Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Got to refill this. And are you hearing me, Akla? Did you unmute or yeah, did you unmute my stream? Doing fine. Hope you asked. You had it muted and the video too, and unmuting one didn't solve the problem. I I figured that was why you were quiet. I even asked if you had to remember to unmute me. How's the writing? The writing is happening. The read and correct went well this morning. Managed to do all all the chapters I I needed to do, and also just fix the problem that I created with my treadmill. In making a small adjustment before taking lunch, I turned the keys in the wrong direction. So I made the situation worse instead of fixing it. But now it's fixed. Or at least it's no longer grinding. Hey, Angel. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? All good. Fed your girl. She went crazy a bit in the living room. Brought her back with a bottle. Husband works late today. I hope things are quiet from now on then. How was the read and correct this morning? It went well. Got through all the all the chapters I needed to get through. And what are you up to now, Angel? How was your day overall? All right, do I say anything about the information that's being pulled? Was okay. Another idea for the list had come up. Doing dishes and making food for your making your husband food for work. Cool. Google Translate is funny. You have a word there, it has a typo. It translates to you as the word should, but doesn't fix the typo. That's why you don't use AI. Control Shift Paste. Yeah. So that's Control V. Control Shift. Yeah, for me it doesn't do anything. Control Shift V. Yeah. Well, normally Shift is Shift, but I'll try the other one. Nope. None of them do it. Could be something that I change because I've got a split keyboard that unintentionally altered. Actually, you know what? It could be a Scrivener thing. I changed a lot of settings in Scrivener, and it is entirely possible that in the process, okay, from what I'm seeing, it's Control Alt Shift. Yeah. Control Alt Shift. That is the Shift key, isn't it? Sorry, that's the Alt key. Okay. Well, yeah, probably. I didn't think of it. I just didn't think of it. I will be right back. Angel, are you still here? Turn from a PDF to an address bar removes paragraph problem. What do you mean address bar? Won't that remove the paragraphs entirely? Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I know that. I have encountered that problem more times than I care to think about. Okay, but you can only do it paragraph by paragraph. My way, I've never tried it with a PDF. Um, so yeah, this is copied directly from PDF. Yeah, my usual method to deal with format issues is to put it in Notepad first. Uh, but with PDF, it doesn't work because PDF, when you copy the entire text, it uh, takes each end of line and makes it an actual end of line instead of treating it as a continuation. But I don't usually copy from PDFs anymore. Oh, Angel is not there. Okay. The husband is home, Angel. Cool. I hope you had a good day at work. You'll know when he goes to when you go to sleep. All right. He makes you fall asleep that way? Well, I guess boring days are good. I'd rather have a boring day than an exciting one. Well, when it comes to work, vacation, hanging out with friends, well, that's different. But when it comes to work, I'd rather have a boring day. He talks a lot. fudge it. Oh, wait, there's no underground parking, is there? That might solve the... There's above ground parking. Don't block my view. I got no idea how the cars got up there, but... Great. How about we get you back where you were? Yeah. No underground parking as far as I can tell. Okay. thing is I forgot to write, to write the word count for this morning. Didn't I do that? Hey, Moonlight. Welcome to the stream. We all know that, Moonlight. How are you doing, Moonlight? Alrighty. It is rather hot here, so I am going, and I'm done, so I'm going to bring the stream to an end. Hawk is streaming. Thank you very much, Angel. So I'm gonna bring the stream to an end with a raid to Hawk, to L Hawk. If, oh, there you are. Alrighty, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Hunter's Creed. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll